Good morning and a very warm welcome to Hangar 61 here in Bristol. It's the JDC Advanced Tour, event number 5, a super Saturday at the darts here in Bristol, and match number 1 of what's going to be a busy day. I'm Carl Redden, and you're going to have to put up with my dulcet tones, unfortunately, for the next 4 or 5 hours, or I hope you do anyway. First match up, Alfie Armitage against Jack Courtney. Alfie, a player who's came through the Foundation Tour, a 17-year-old in his 1 year on the tour, so he's got to make the most of it. And the talent of the youngster, I'm sure he will do. And he's up against one of Ireland's finest. And before the match gets underway, we bring out, "Who let the dogs out? Ooh, 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 ooh." It's the Rottweiler, Jack Courtney. And he means business as well. Snarling at the bullseye in preparation. So the formalities are out the way. It's Alfie's darts in what is a best of 7 to progress to the round of 32. Of course, if you were with us all through last season, 32 players have now become 64 on the Advanced Tour. As myself and Paul Nicholson mentioned last night on the JPL, I'm sure it won't be long before it's 128 players. Our first match, we've got event 5 and 6 today, 7 and 8 tomorrow. As soon as the finals finish, we roll straight into the next event. And rolling straight into the red bit is Jack Courtney, putting pressure on Alfie's darts straight away in the opening leg. I will keep you posted around the grounds, as they say, around the boards. Everything's available on Darts Connect, however, if you want to follow the matches in progress or your specific favourite player. Back comes Alfie, brilliant visit. And already both players responding to each other's 2 treble visits. Great to see. First to a double lows Jack. He will be back for the 94 with Alfie on 215 minus a bit of a blob visit. So time on his side here, 76 with 2 in hand, but he will be back. Just sets things up nicely. How much pressure will it be on? That's still a handy visit there from Alfie finding the treble. So Jack on tops for the opening leg of our Super Saturday. 2 10s. Handy for a lefty. Overcooked it. And from being a long way back, Alfie's had a very manageable 88. The way his first start went in last time was beautiful, but he'll get a pop of the bull at least, you'd imagine. Well, there's the commentator's curse out the way very early. And sure enough, he hits the bullseye. So double 5. From the Kildare killer. He finds the double 2 beautifully and took care of his work well in the end, did Jack. A leg he'd have been disappointed if he'd have lost. But again, there's positives from Alfie in that leg as well. There was a couple of good visits. And this is a race to 4, remember. So time to recover. The early break goes to the Irishman, however. Solid year for Jack last year on the tour. Finished 18th out of the 32 players. But when you look at the field that was amongst, it was a good year for Jack. Progressive year. Plays his youth darts out of Carlo. And despite Kildare having an academy now, he stays faithful to the players that he plays amongst and the guidance that he gets from Carlo. And he's looking for an improved weekend from the opening weekend a few weeks back. That's a lovely first start from Alfie. Alfie, as we say, came through the Foundation Tour. Didn't get a win on the opening weekend. The youngster from Accrington. He's travelled down with his mum and dad. As we say, behind every good youngster is fantastic support from their family and sponsors. And Alfie's no different. Had a nice chat with his mum prior to the match. The dedication that goes in behind the scenes. The likes of going to Gibraltar and being in the sports hall for so long at the darts. Didn't even see a monkey. Alfie's not monkeying around in this leg though. He'll be back for 76 for back-to-back breaks. As we say, it's very early doors on the tour. Jack's currently down at 47th on the order of merit as Alfie misses tops. Why is it? But he will be back. And a nice take from Alfie. A Foundation Tour winner last year. And it was a tournament that his parents were absent. Had the screens on ultra low as they were at a show in London following their youngster. He's in the final, and he's won it. Sure, the show was good as well. The show must go on. It's one leg all. As we say around the boards, JPL star Owen Bryceland 3-0 up on Alfie Cook. Alfie Cook had a fantastic opening weekend. A lot to talk about with Lewis Cook, but young Alfie's having a great season as well. His first year on the tour. Did play the odd tournament last year, but he's a top 10er in the rankings after 4 events. And again, for a third consecutive break, brilliant leg from Jack, 144 after 9. But back comes Alfie again. What a match. What an opening match for our Saturday. And we're not even at midday. That 2 treble visit has brought Alfie back into this match. How Alfie would love a hold here. Brilliant second dart from Jack. Didn't strike the ball, but it's going to take a big Shanghai. Oh, I thought, would that be a friend or a foe? But couldn't understack. He did a very good job at doing so. Was very unlucky. But Jack Courtney's back for a third consecutive break. 2 16s required. And it's this time, it's Jack who overcooks it. Overcooked the 10s, overcooked the 16s. Will he be back? 18 for tops. And a very good attempt at tops in the last leg. And again, very close. Wrong double for Jack. The drama continues here in Bristol. Who wants this third leg? Alfie does. Takes it out and takes the lead for the first time. Superb visit from Jack. And as me and Nicole was talking last night in the JPL, when players miss doubles to win legs, the temperament of the youngsters on the Advanced Tour and on the JPL, the missed starts there from Jack meant nothing. He just rattled in a 140, which was absolutely world class. Backed up with an 81. Well, what a smooth action Alfie's got as well, isn't it? Very pleasing on the eye and a 2 treble visit of his own. only really had a year and a bit experience on the tour. Went to Q school along with Basil. Played on the Foundation Tour and was one of the 8 qualifiers to get through on phase 2. (104 after 12), a proper leg, but Alfie's certainly within striking distance. As he looks for breathing space in a 3-1 lead, but Jack has other ideas. Still a chance. Still a chance once the bullseye again. A little bit closer, but again, Alfie on 84 for 3-1. Couple of bull opportunities went astray there for Jack. Brilliant recovery. So for a level game after all that, this match has had twos and fro's. Momentum shifters as Jack shifts along the hockey. It looked awkward. It would have been a difficult one to ping in. But Alfie, Mr. Reliable on tops, it seems. Rushed that one a little bit, didn't he? Needs to shimmy down. Finds it this time. 2-2 the scoreline. Halfway to victory, the both of them. And both players looking for a big win in terms of their second weekend here on the tour. Alfie, who met Turgle en route during the first weekend, had a tough draw. Jack Courtney lost to Joe Westby. Owen Bryceland. Couple of averages in the 70s and 80s, high 60s, but we know Jack's a better player than the high 60s. Quality operator. He just needs a couple of wins and a couple of confident boosters. Well, very much like what I see with Alfie Armitage too. And this fifth leg's perfectly poised. Stunning visit there from Jack Courtney. Shows his experience and his class. But the big fish could be responded to. What a match we've got on our hands here. A real gritty 180 there from the Rottweiler. Has a pop at tops. A new double to look at. It's unlucky. So again, leaves Alfie an opportunity in that 80 plus range. Two fives. Brilliant takeout from Alfie Armitage, that was. He paused after that first dart, and the two darts following never looked like missing, did they? Well, on throw still, despite that 180 from Jack Courtney that popped the question and the missed doubles again. Still all to play for. Junior Howard had a good run last time. He's 3-2 up on Reggie Woolard. Richie Bad, our Mongolian friend, our second Mongolian on the tour, has beaten Aaron Derrida, who got to the final on one of the events last time round, and who's second on the order of merit. So one of the big guns is out early. Will Jack Courtney take us the distance? He's missed so many doubles and he's still averaging 70, so it shows how well he's scored as young Jack. And Alfie cooking along at 73, he's missed a few doubles as well. Make that 74 and a half. Yeah, very Rolls Royce action there from Alfie. We talked last night about how true darts go in, and Kaya Basil, one of his best mates, has got that kind of Rolls Royce smooth action as well. What a take that is from Courtney. We are going the distance. Best of luck, lads. It's been a fine performance from both. After all them missed doubles, as we say, with 3 in hand, Jack Courtney takes out a massive 110. The Rottweiler chomping at the bit for this last leg decider. Great adjustment with the second dart there from Courtney. 17 points separate them after 6 legs. But these are the fine margins that could see a run to a quarter-final or a semi-final when you know you've been in a contest in the opening round. And the young Irishman finding his trebles at the right time. But each time Alfie responds. Going to the wire. Still slightly the advantage to throw for Alfie. Doesn't find a treble, so anyone's guess who's going to win this one. Down to a finish first is Jack. He's finding a treble nearly every visit, which is proven handy. Slowly wrestling the advantage of throw away. And he has done that now. Both on a finish, 1 point separate them, but Jack at the board. A difficult one for weight. So you imagine he's got 6 darts for the 147 and a clinical treble 19. Is that the match winner? Or have we got fireworks here at Hanger 61? We might have, because he needs one more of them. Great effort for Alfie. What a performance from these two youngsters. And of course, the loser will be back this afternoon for event number 6, but we certainly won't be thinking about that right now. Double 16 for the match and a 4-3 victory. Who let the dogs out? Ooh, 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 ooh. Jack Courtney advances to the round of 32. A very tight, hard-fought victory over the ever-impressive Alfie Armitage. He will be back for event number 6, but it's Jack Courtney who advances to the round of 32. Stay with us, folks. We've got another round of 64 match coming right up. Welcome back to the action, folks. Hanger 61 in Bristol. An opening match 4-3 victory for Jack Courtney over Alfie Armitage. What a game that was. And this one has a close match on paper. Teddy Accott against Ridley Ladicus. A first look on the live stream for both these players. Teddy Accott, who was staying in my hotel, had a chat with him on the opening weekend. Seemed very relaxed and very much looking forward to his debut season on the Advanced Tour. And Ridley Ladicus, one of the Northeast's up-and-coming stars. Hails from my neck of the woods. And we're underway here in Bristol. And we're not going to bleed on about the averages, but he's averaging 135, everybody. Steady on, Carl. Yeah, looking at the order of merit, Teddy's down in 51st so far after 4 events. And Ridley's at 37th. Again, 20 events over the course of the season. We're 4 events in. Still so many darts to be played. The opening weekend, dipping the toes in the water. And on a finish after 12 darts is Ridley with the throw. This is an impressive opening visit. Six darts required if needed for Ridley to get off the mark in the round of 64. Keeps things straight and sets things up. Tried to force that second dart above. But had me bullseye. Still on a big outshot as Ridley looks to take care of his work, and he does so with the second attempt. A 20 dart holder throw, I'd be pleased with that. But as we say, straight back into business, and Teddy with a 180 to get things underway. We almost had 3 9-darters in the Junior Power League last night. Fantastic dart. If you get a chance to watch that back on our YouTube channel. JPL Week 2. 8 cracking matches, 5 in the boys and the girls, and 3 in the girls, sorry. And Ridley keeping close order here on Teddy despite that 180 in the opening visit. Second leg, firmly in the balance. And the business-like, steely-eyed Ridley. I'll get a shot at the 114, but Teddy sets things up nicely. And he'll be back for a tricky double 17 to level things up. Looked an awkward one and looked a blocker. And Ridley, after 15 darts, is on a 2-darter to double his advantage. Takes it out. 2 double top stroke And a 2-0 advantage. Teddy's a bit disappointed he didn't get off the mark in that one. But as we say, our youngsters window wipe fairly quick. Paul Nicholson mentioned last night about the 4-second rule. You have 4 seconds to eradicate it. If not, it could affect the rest of your match. And our youngsters here in the Advanced Tour and on the Girls Tour seem to do that remarkably well. Whether it's natural or whether or not they're aware of this. Whatever they do it rather well, don't they? So impressed with our youngsters. And as we say, first exposure for both these youngsters, great opportunity for them. A lot of players have sponsors, a lot of players on the back of good weekends here could have sponsors. But the most important thing is our youngsters enjoy it. Mightily impressed by Ridley's darts in this opening match. Teddy's one victory in the opening weekend was against Jack Marshall. That was event number 3. To go one away, wants 56 for a second time, and he takes it out for a second time in 2 darts. 3-0 leads, averaging just under the 80 mark. And Teddy playing very well within himself, but he's going to have to motor through the gears from here and be foot perfect. It's only one break of throw to get us back to 3-all, but it's easier said than done when Ridley's playing with so much consistency. Looking at Teddy's matches, he averaged 68 in event number 4, 70 and 74 in event number 3, 76 in event number 2, and 82 in event number 1. So very solid darts. He's just run into a 56 machine of Ridley Ladicus. He's favoured to get one on the board here, though. Fine effort here. As Teddy turns down to 80. Big match getting underway. Arthur Alston taking on Addison Hefernan. That should be a belter. Jack Marshall and Lewis Cook going the distance as Teddy gets off the mark. And a thoroughly deserved leg at least. Will Ridley see the job out though? Teddy's playing in the kind of form that could suggest it could be 3-all in a matter of moments. Yeah, Lewis Cook, of course, got the final of event number 1. On the leading contenders to be the JDC number 1 come the end of the 20 events. Back-to-back European champion is Lewis. How impressive has Ridley Ladicus been? A 180 in a leg to secure the matches on 88 after 9 darts. Flying the Northeast flag well in the absence of Daniel Stevenson and Ryan Branley. The new breed is in town And there we go, 12 data to finish things off on the bullseye. Impressive from Ridley Ladicus, 82.41 average. And Teddy Accott, impressive in his own right. He will be back for event number 6 later, but it's Ridley's day so far. He advances to the round of 32. Stay with us, folks. We've got another match coming right up. As promised, welcome swiftly back to our third round of 64 match here in Bristol. Hanger 61, the future of JDC darts, the future of JPL. Big stage and big performances by our youngsters. We expect nothing less from the flying Gilden. Kyle Gilden in action. First look on the live stream from a comedy perspective for Kyle Gilden. after the gremlins of Hangar 61 on the opening weekend have been eradicated. And Alfie O'Brien, the Welsh youngster, who sits 36 on the Order of Merit. So a debut campaign in the Advanced Tour for both these players. It's Gilden who has the advantage. He's straight in the red bit. Almost a 180 to get us underway. We had 7 perfect darts last night en route to a 9. We will see one soon. Will it be on the Advanced Tour or will it be in the JPL? Of course, we had one on the opening weekend. Mitchell Lowry who secured that. Massive congratulations to Mitchell, who could be making history in event number 5. And if he does so by winning 4 consecutive Advanced Tour titles in a row, which has never been done since the JDC started, what an achievement, especially after he's taken out Archie Self in the first round. So, wow, what an opening round draw that is as well. Mitchell won't be thinking about that. He just wants to beat everyone in sight. Kyle Gilden, what a performance from him over the last few months. Threatened a 5-visit opening leg victory. But 6 will do. Needs to move inside. And 6 missed starts has give Alfie an opportunity, or 5 missed starts, sorry. So for a steal, finds the corner of the double 18. And we have an unexpected break early. But if Kyle is to miss, Alfie's got the coolness, as we've just witnessed, to take advantage. And what a great action young Alfie's got. Again, threatened the first maximum. And height-wise, it's not forced, is it, from Alfie? He seems to have got his mechanics absolutely bob on. And from a Kyle Gilden perspective, the heavy scoring and the missed doubles, he doesn't want to let frustration creep in. I'm sure he won't. Great youngster with a bright future ahead of him. Of course, made his UK Open debut. 16-year-old. Came through the qualifiers. We know how difficult they are. Down to 84 after 12. And he will be back for it. What a take that is from Alfie O'Brien. He's punishing everything. The 1-3-4 from Kyle Gilden to leave 20. Alfie says, not a problem. 2 darts, 84 and out. And with all the talk about how Kyle Gilden's progression, Alfie O'Brien is going about his own work very nicely, isn't he? A lot to like about this youngster. A hell of a lot. And we mentioned Kyle Gilden's efforts at the UK Open. A 6-2 defeat against Sam Spivey, who of course we see do very well on the Motor Super Series. One of Yorkshire's finest. With the Flying Gilden from Leicestershire. His box office, you can see that. Reached the semi-final of event number 4 before losing out to Lewis Cook. Averaged 91 in losing to Lewis Cook. Doesn't take out the 164, so Alfie's in the mood to threaten this 170, I'm telling you. Oh, of course he hits a 1. Sorry, Alfie. The commentator's curse. 2 tends to get off the mark. Again, should have time on his side. He will be back for double 5, but it's a tricky one when you're 2-0 down and you've had so many attempts at a double. '84 was punished. Can 88 be punished? Bullseye required for 3-0. So despite all these doubles, Kyle Gilden still averaging 76, but to get off the mark, we feel this one has to go. It does go, and he's off the mark. We've got a game on our hands now. It's a holder throw. It's a very important holder throw. Double 2 to the rescue. But the impressive Alfie O'Brien's away with 95. 96 even. The excitement's getting too much. As we say, with the averages that Kyle Gilden's been displaying on the Advanced Tour and in qualifying, I noticed, for the JPL, where he went really close. Almost a first maximum there from Alfie O'Brien. But one of the heaviest scorers around is Gilden. Certainly on every event shortlist to win it. Can he get through the round of 64? Because Alfie O'Brien has a 2-1 lead. He still just about has the advantage of throwing leg number 4, especially with that treble 20. Brilliant visit from O'Brien. The flying Gilden and the Welsh fire. Double 3, a tricky one. Takes it out brilliantly. Great adjustment. One away from a slight upset, you would feel. When you earmark Kyle Gilden as a potential winner, on this evidence, Alfie O'Brien is certainly in the mix. What a performance. The job's not done yet. Because despite a 3-1 scoreline, Gilden's only 1 break a throw down. He would have the advantage in the last leg. Two important takes early in this match has just given breathing space, but to go 3-1 on that double 3 was real clutch moment doubling. Can the flying Gilden land the big fish? He'll just be happy to get the leg 1. Unable to find a treble, so this opens the door for a potential 4-1 scoreline. Gets a treble, but it's still advantage Gilden. 128 going against 142. Pulls it. Great adjustment though. Sets it up nicely. Another one of them he wants tops. For a 142. Went the Gezi Price route. And what an attempt that was for the match. 2/16 for 3-2. The drama continues here in Bristol. Looks like a handy guide. It's got to go. It does go. A brilliant clutch moment double in his own right for Gilden. And the match continues, thankfully. What a game we've got on our hands. I don't want this to end. Can we play a best of 19? So how will that affect O'Brien? Not one bit by the looks of it. A maximum in a leg with the advantage of throw. When you've just missed a 1-4-2 to win the match. How good are these youngsters? $222 after 9. Down to a finish after 12. Gilden needs a big one, and he looks like he's going to get it. Needs to move, you feel. Rightly so. That second one was hanging on. So big 2 treble visit here required. Shanghai's got every chance of going. He wants tops for the match. Takes it out. And a mightily impressive performance from Alfie O'Brien. Was unable to take out the 142, but the Shanghai went. No bother at all to wrap things up 4-2. He's advanced to the round of 32, and Kyle Gilden, double trouble on the day, but he'll be back for event number 6. Moving swiftly on to our next match, which will be coming up in a few minutes. Stay with us, folks. Welcome back to the action, folks, and the action continues with two superstars of junior darts. Renfrew's finest, Mitchell Lowry. I'm sure Jamie Ward won't mind us saying that. Mitchell Lowry takes on Joe Westby, former Super 16 champion. The handshakes and formalities are out the way, and Westby eyes up the bull. And as we mentioned, it could be a remarkable record-breaking achievement for Mitchell Lowry if he was to win event number 5. Christian Ennis was the only player to defeat him on the opening weekend in event number 1. I think that was the quarter-final stages. But bar that, Mitchell Lowry went on a win spree that he's been doing for many months. Well, beyond that even. But 3 wins in a row. Could be the first player to win 4 JDC Advanced Tour titles in a row. And to say we've had over a decade of JDC darts, and the players and the list of the roll of honour that we've had with the JDC, what an achievement that would be for young Mitchell. Wee Socks is in action. But will Westby be a party pooper? We're about to find out. We're underway here at Hannah 61. Hannah 61, the flying squad are in town. Who'll be flying high into the round of 16. And for Mitchell, it was back-to-back draws in the JPL. But he seems to make a high 80, early 90 average look very average, and that shows the sign of a class player, doesn't it? Of course, Mitchell will be disappointed with draws because he is winning so much recently, but the JPL's not won in weeks number 1 and 2. And he's rightful favourite to everything he goes into right now. Six points ahead of Lewis Cook coming into event number 5 on the ranking table. Basil and good friend Ben Townley sit 3rd and 4th on 12 points. Archie Self, who we defeated in the first round, the former JDC Advanced Tour world number 1, is 5th, and the current number 1, Turgle is 6th. So for the opening leg, he wants 18 and tops for a 21 dart break. The cool as ice Westby, 2 10s. A 22 dart good enough. You wouldn't have thought that would have been given the opportunity, but he'll certainly snap his hands off. A go 1 leg in front. But we know Mitchell Lowry will go through the gears. Plays out of Jamie Ward's academy, and the academy's going great guns. Owen Bryceland also in amongst that. And I'll have to have a word with Jamie because there's a young 10-year-old girl that seems to be showing a lot of promise. I'll certainly give her a mention when We come to the girls' final later on today. Of course, we've got event number 3 for the girls coming up later on. They're battling their way through the groups as we speak. Great to see Becca Allen last night back after the opening weekend being absent. Disappointing with her performances, there she was, but we know Becca Allen will have the quality to come back. And how good was Macy Gibbons last night? All on YouTube, JPL event number 2. But a very tidy response from Mitchell Lowry, a 14 data, and that's the Mitchell Lowry we all love and know. Absolute superstar. Hit the 9 data, obviously off air during the opening weekend a few weeks back. WDF senior number 1. Skip the Isle of Man. Pretty much winning everything in sight. Junior and senior darts. 6 tour titles he's won now with the WDF. And to think he's only 15 years of age. The ceiling for this youngster is absolutely frightening. '21st is Joe Westby after 4 events. And we certainly know Joe's capable of being a top 16er, top 10er. So as we say, the table will take its shape. 14 data, will it be a 15 data? Of course it will. Mitchell Lowry takes the lead for the first time. And after 21 darts of wiping his feet, Wee Sox certainly in action. Less than 30 darts to tidy up 2 legs. Halfway to victory. Of course, this would have been the first round, the round of 32 last year. 64 players and a jam-packed, closely fought 64 players on the Advanced Tour. You saw Alfie Armitage earlier on. Brilliant performance from him. What's his debut year? His only year, of course. For Mitchell at 15, he's got another year. With the JDC. But what will he achieve between now and then? What will his beloved Rangers achieve? They're battling it out, aren't they, with Celtic and Hearts at the top of the SPL. Fascinating scenario going on north of the border. As it will be for the Advanced Tour. Back comes Westby beautifully. And as we say, when we talk about the temperament of our youngsters, you wouldn't know whether Joe Westby's 2-1 up or 2-1 down. I know, again, fine margins in the scoreline, but the concentration and the body language is fantastic from all of our youngsters. There's no Kevin and Perry go large like what you would see from me. But then again, I'm 43. Misses out on 3 legs on the spin. Can Westby tidy up this 5 for a level game? I fancied that. And we have got a level game. And the all-important bullseye is 2 legs out of 3 that Westby would have the advantage to throw. How will Wee Sox respond? We know he'll stay calm. Very unlucky with the 180. But he pressurises the 82. It's been brilliant from Westby from 2-1 down, hasn't it? Yes, Mitchell missed the darts to go 3-1. But you know Mitchell's going through the gears as well. Beautiful 180 after a very tight 140. We could have been on a 9, everyone. We could have been on a 9. Love to see Mitchell or another player strike gold with a 9 on the live stream. I'm sure we will at some point this season. We've got pundits, we've got professionals now talking about our youngsters, and rightly so. The performances and averages that they're popping in. It was good enough for the Pro Tour, the Challenge Tour. Massive setup there for Mitchell Lowry. The 164 doesn't go, so for a 4-visit victory and a break of throw in leg 5, of course, not victory in the match. It's a brilliant 13-dart break of throw, and he has the advantage in leg number 6 to wrap things up and to find his place in the round of 16 as he edges closer to history making. Luke Littler couldn't achieve 4 in a row. There was always a Leighton Bennett or someone like that to come along and halt that at the time. When you look at the quality of field that we've got in the Advanced Tour, if Mitchell's to achieve this, it would be amazing, wouldn't it? But I said the mindset of Mitchell, he won't be thinking at all about that. He just plays the player in front of him. And it's the old cliche, but just ultra confident whoever he plays at the time in front of him, he's just going to smash up. He feels in his head. A big target on his head, and he responds beautifully. Turgle has a target on his head being the number 1. So Westby brilliantly keeping tabs here. And remember, a break, a throw back, and he'll have the advantage in the last leg. Superb from Westby to leave 87, but 108 for the match. Can still go with a treble 17. Not on this occasion, so Westby will be back to level things up. To create more edgy seat drama here in Bristol. 87 for a level game and a deciding leg. Bullseye required to go all the way. Great attempt there from Westby. But Mitchell Lowry 78 for 4-2. 2-12s. Brilliant first dart. Steps back. Wee Sox brilliantly taken out in 2 darts, 78, and takes his place into the round of 16. What a match that was. Great effort from Joe Westby. But it's the Mitchell Lowry show that goes on. He's into the round of 16. Who will join him? We're about to find out. Stay with us, folks, for another round of 32 match coming right up. on the heels of Joe Westby and Mitchell Lowry. Get the popcorn out for this one because we've got Turgle Elku, the current JDC world #1, who takes on a prospective world #1 in Basil. The Burnley Massives in town. Two of the form horses on the JDC Advanced Tour, and of course the JPL Stars Junior Power League, our Friday night action. But that was yesterday. And in the present, we've got a potential mouth-watering clash. I'm sure we will. The action comes thick and fast, and we nearly had a 180 again to start the match. We said last night, along with Paul Nicholson, how true and precise Basil's darts are going right now. That's what was a bit frustrating from him last year, with 26 on the order of merit after winning WDF senior titles. But boy, is he making up for it in 2026 on the Advanced Tour, sitting third at present. And Turgle not too shabby in 6th. But as we say, the strength and depth of the Advanced Tour, when it throws up like the likes of Mitchell Lowry against Archie Self in round #1. Or we saw Alfie O'Brien with a big win over the flying Gilden, 4-2. The strength and depth of the Advanced Tour is immense. Now, bleed on about it, but all 64 players on the day are capable of winning an event. Turgle was 7 darts into a 9-darter last night. Had to make do with 10 after hitting the 7 in the treble 14. I did that many moons ago. Exact same route. And it was a best of 7. And I still ended up with a 23 average. So it just shows how poor my other legs were. So tops for an 18-dart hold. It's an important leg in the match, this, with his opponent sat on 60, especially with it being Turgle. The ever-reliable tops. Tops and 10s operator is Turgle. Both coming into play here. Bit of nerves and edginess going on because both players respect each other's games so much. Loving the Basil jersey, by the way. Needs to move down. He's moving down gradually. Not enough. Turgle takes out double 5. If you're a tops and 10s operator, you've got to be accomplished on 5. And that'll settle the #1. He was a slow burner on the opening weekend, was Turgle. Reached the final of event #4, where he was beaten quite heavily by Mitchell Lowry, but it was a great performance to reach the final. Turgle for his first maximum. Unfortunately, but a very handy 2-treble visit. Both responding very nicely to each other's quality darts. 3 140s in a row. The Advanced Tour at its finest. Of course he makes it 4 140s in a row. What a match we've got here in Bristol. So after wiping his feet with his doubles, can he take out the baby fish? was an awkward line that first start, so Turgle to double his advantage. Very manageable 2-darter now, and a brilliant 97 and 2. A 14-dart hole to throw to go halfway to victory. This is a match that could course on paper 50-50, but it's all important visits like that on the day separate the winners. Kairu's, we mentioned, good friends with Alfie Armitage, who performed brilliantly earlier on. And I think it's important, isn't it, when you talk about players in a certain area. And we mentioned Jack Courtney, who travels to Carlo for his academies, to have competition around you. And it's so important, I think, that Turgle's now made the leap and moved over from Mongolia. He's going to have a lot of competitive opponents and practice partners. With all the travelling involved as well, that must take its toll at any age. So I'm sure we're going to see the best of Turgle over the next 18 months. Beaten finalist, of course, was Turgle in the Junior Power League. Beaten by Jumpin' Jack Nankovic in the final. A struggle for wins so far, Turgle. We did get the draw last night. 4-4 draw is off the mark. Almost off the mark. In this one was Kai Basil, but he will be back with Turgle missing out on the 160. If he does take out the 10s, he's only one break down. A race to 4, but he doesn't want to go 3-0 down. That would be a mammoth task against anyone, let alone Turgle. 2 10s. Wrong double. And our Wellmasters Junior is under the cosh here. We saw Mitchell Lowry take out the 78. Turgle will have to go a different route if he's going to do it, but still possible. Not on this occasion, so Kaya will have to put all their missed doubles behind him. Now or never, Kaya. Finds the corner, and a relieved Burnley youngster. One of the best players at the minute coming out of the Northwestern. When you think the hotbed of Lancashire darts, and Kaya's mentioned now as a leading light in that area. What a future he's got ahead of him. Against Ulaanbaatar's finest, Turgle of Mongolia. We mentioned Turgle reaching the final of event number 4. He beat Kaya in a last leg decider en route to that final. As Kaya eyes up a 180 here. Threatening the breaker throw though after that. Edgy third leg. Will that relax Kaya? Yeah, beat Kaya in the last 6, well, there's quarterfinals it was, then beat Ben Townley in the semi-final before losing out to Mitchell Lowry in the final. So he beat third and fourth on 2 and then lost out to the top player. So he definitely earned his final points. A lot of huffs and puffs and blowing out from Kaya. But he's handling it beautifully now, isn't he? He's not rushing things. He's taking his time, showing his experience. Splits the 38. Takes it out, no messing. We've got a level game and we've got a hell of a contest on our hands, as we expected. It's 2-2, both halfway to victory. And Uncle Mo's in town momentum with the Lancastrian. Turgle says, "You what, Carl?" I was talking to Steve Brown last night and we discussed Turgle's action. A lot less deliberate with his first dart if you've watched Turgle over the last few years. He's less Mason-esque, shall we say, with that first dart. Certainly throwing a lot quicker. When your first dart goes in like that, why wouldn't you? On a finish after 9 darts, Turgle, who averaged 90 in his opening round match against Callum Ryan. Higher average, just shy of 80 in a win over the informed Leo Howard. Lionheart in decent nick, so Kaya had to be on his toes there, but a fine 4-1 victory. So 14 darts will do, Turgle. And unexpectedly, Kaya Basil will be back for the lead for the first time. Who would have thought it? What a leg from Turgle, but Kaya in striking range. Goes through his routine. Double 10. He's hit it once, he's hit it twice, and he takes the lead for the first time. The double trouble in the early stage of this match has been wiped out. And it's Turgle's turn to be under the cosh. Results from our round of 32. Owen Bryceland, 4-3 victory over Charlie Greensmith. Alfie Moore, 4-2 over Junior Howard. Ethan Baines had a bye in the first round, but he's been beaten by Jason Goosens of Belgium. Jack Courtney, who we saw in our opening live stream match, his fine run continues. A win over Toby Clemens, 4-1. And whether Turgle gets through or not, Archery Bat is through, 4-2 win over Craig Devlin. So Turgle has company from Mongolia on the tour, and he's doing really well as our youngster. Christian Ennis, our Northern Ireland JPL qualifier. 4-3, a win over Lewis Cook. Very impressed with Christian Ennis, and what a Shanghai finish that was to win 5-3 and continue his unbeaten run. Yeah, he is unbeaten. A 4-all draw against Turgle it was, wasn't it? That was to go through 4-3 up that 120 last night. Brilliant matches on the JPL last night. So for the match, Kaya Basil requires 97. He's hit the treble 18, double 12. He's had a match start. So back for match starts is Kaya. Turgle having ball trouble. For 4 legs on the spin. And to turn things around beautifully. It's been a hard fought match, hasn't it? But he does secure the double 6 and a place in the round of 16. Turgle will be disappointed with that from 2-0 up. But Kaya Basil showing his mettle. He's into the round of 16. 4 legs on the spin and third in the table. He's keeping tabs with Mitchell Lowry at the top. Who will join him? Stay with us for our match. Our next match will be a round of 16 match, I think, coming right up. As promised, a round of 16 match. And a round of 16 match that would grace any final. St. Helens finest, Ben Townley, taking on our superstar from East Kent Academy, Jack Johnson, our JPL star, And of course, Ben Townley was our JPL star in our inaugural year. Missed out on qualifying this year, but certainly one of the leading lights in the JDC Advanced Tour. And what a kid he is, what a youngster. He had a spell with me in the commentary box in Coventry last year. Great head on young shoulders, as is Jack Johnson. Me and Paul Nicholson discussed last night about players with little experience, of course, in front of the camera. But Jack Johnson, poster boy for JDC darts, but also what a great speaker as well. Interviews, I mean, of course he gets more interviews than most of the youngsters, so he gets more practice at it, but very calm and cool and collected. And what a player. Sit back and enjoy this one. It's going to be a cracker. As the opening 9 darts from both players demonstrate. For a 12 dart big fish. Still possible. Double 18. What switching that was from Jack Johnson, wasn't it? So with Mitchell Lowry on my mind, who's through to the quarterfinals with a 4-0 win over Owen Bryceland. Ben Townley was going for the big fish and now needs the wee fish. Yeah, the first player through to the round of, to the quarterfinals. As Jackie Boy takes out the opening leg. Box office is Jackie Boy. Two most recent PDC big stage finals. Jack Johnson has won. "14-year-old. Ben's in his last year on the Advanced Tour, but certainly looking to make the most of it. Doing really well in the seniors. Tackling the Challenge Tour, Development Tour. And was a finalist in the Isle of Man Open over the Festival of Darts that's gone on over there. Some big performances. As was produced in the JPL last year. Through the group phase, the knockout phase. Sorry, the group phase where they played each other twice. He had some massive results. Was a qualifier along with Lewis Cook for the JPL. Big 180 there. And the standard here on the Advanced Tour. I said this would grace a final. 2 6s. He looks all his opponents on. And maybe he's needed a step back there, did Ben? Because this is most certainly in the wheelhouse of Jack Johnson. Not on this occasion, as Carl's commentator's curse comes into the fore once again. Goes directly at it. Tight as you like. Jackie Boy does double his advantage. Frustration from Ben Townley there. Wired the double 3 on numerous occasions. And you can't give Jackie Boy them opportunities, can you? because you get to know our youngsters so much to like personality-wise about both our youngsters on this stage. Both very relaxed at the hockey, and you've got to be, haven't you, to bring out your best starts, especially under pressure. Jackie Boy, who sits 11th in the table on the order of merit so far after 4 events. And Ben Townley, a great start, he's up in 4th. And as we see, his JPL performances last year were fantastic, but it wasn't replicated in his Advanced Tour. A bit like Basil, who struggled on the Advanced Tour last year. Ben missed a lot of doubles and had some hefty draws, but you can't blame the draw on the Advanced Tour because everybody has tough draws. It just didn't work out for him. We know Ben Townley's got the quality and he's proven that this year. He's going to have to go some now if he's going to beat Jackie Boy, because this runaway Kent steam train is almost one leg away from going into the quarterfinals. Very unlucky. And this combination you feel has to go. Treble 18 for tops. And our lefty, Jackie Boy, goes for 2 10s. Looks like the blocker. More drama here in Bristol. Sometimes it's not the 12 dart legs that are the most exciting, is it? It's the edgy seat double troubles. And there's the double 10, Jackie Boy. You're one leg away from a place in the quarterfinals. And knowing Ben Awadou will be miffed with his opportunities that he's had. But as we say, so relaxed. One break of throw and he's back at 3-all. But you're up against Jackie Boy. Easier said than done. Alfie Moore has made sure that there's no Mongolians in the quarterfinals. .70 average good enough for him. 4-2 win over a Richie Bad. Christian Ennis continues his fine form. 4-2 win for him also against Jason Goosens. Leaves himself a 59 handy still. That 2 trouble visit just gives. It's got to go, Ben. Does go, and he's off the mark. He would have been back, but it's nice to get that one done, isn't it? Addison Hefernan is 1-0 up against Basil, who we've just seen on our last stream match. And the all-Welsh affair, Alfie O'Brien fine runners continue, and he's 3-0 up against Lewis Milligan. The Rottweiler. Chomping at the bit. Looking to make his first appearance in the quarterfinals. 3-1 up over Caleb Gascoigne. And Oscar Saxon 3-1 up against Jano Schnuz. So it's a 3 darter, but it's 99 required. 2 tops. There's one of them. Brilliant from Ben Townley. Showing his class, isn't he? He's broke back. And he's on throw for 3-3 when looking out of sight and potentially whitewashed. We've suddenly got the match we expected on our hands. Again, Jackie Boy won't be rattled, will he? But Ben's in that kind of form where he can rattle off 3 or 4 legs in no time at all. Caleb Gascoigne keeping Jack Courtney honest has reduced the arrears to 3-2. As Addison Hefernan doubles his advantage over Kaya Basil 2-0. Legs as they go in around the boards here in Bristol. Can all be followed on Darts Connect, of course. JDC Advanced Tour 5, and I will be keeping you up to date on how the girls' groups are going and the knockout phase, because we will be featuring their final later on, prior to the final of event number 6, which is hot on the heels of our final of event number 5. Pray for Carl's voice. Brilliant attempt at the 155, but for the match, Jackie Boy requires 98. Double 19. Oh, he was aggressive on it, and rightly so. But Ben Townley on 56 to take us the distance. And that's put Ben off, hasn't it? Whatever's gone on there. And Jackie Boy, 144. He's done the hard part by hitting the single. Or so we thought. For a level game. This game's had everything. He took 2 double tops out in the leg previous. And with 3 darts in hand, unable to do so on this occasion. And you don't expect Jackie Boy to miss, and he doesn't miss. Jack Johnson wins 4-2 over Ben Townley, and he's into the quarterfinals. Fine comeback from Ben Townley, but not to be on this occasion. And Jackie Boy, cool as you like, into the quarterfinals. A quarterfinal that we'll have coming right up. Stay with us, folks. The Elite Eight are in action here in Bristol, and we're underway in our live stream quarterfinals. And our first look at Oscar Saxon and Addison Hefernan, two players making their debut seasons on the Advanced Tour and dipping their toes in the quarterfinals. Great to see. Addison Hefernan, a 4-1 win over Basil. And as we mentioned, our JPL staff, fine performance, 76.66 average, good enough to win 4-1. But a bit like Jackie Boy, when he lacks in height, he certainly makes up in numbers in terms of his darting prowess. The youngster from Milton Keynes takes on one of Shrewsbury's finest, I believe, in Oscar Saxon. Oscar Saxon, who got the better of Lano Schnoys of Belgium. It's a tough one to pronounce, and I apologise if I've got that one wrong. I will confirm that one later on, because I'm sure we'll see that young Belgian in action. But for 118 steel here, great attempt. But Addison will be back. Really snaps them in, doesn't he? And a brilliant take on the double four. He's off the mark in this quarterfinals. So two comfortable 4-1 victories in the round of 16 for both players. We look back and Oscar Saxon had a brilliant 4-2 eye-catching result against our JPL champion in Jack Nankovic, defeating the England international there with an average just shy of 80. And Addison's a Geordie slayer. We saw Ridley Ladicus averaging 82 earlier on. And he was a 4-1 win with an 82 average of his own in that match in the round of 32. The quarterfinals are underway there around the boards. And Jack Courtney best get his skates on because he's 2-0 down in an All-Ireland affair. And it's a Northern Irishman who has the rank so far. 2-0 up over Jack Courtney is Christian Ennis, our JPL qualifier. And Jackie Boy continuing his march to the final. A 2-1 lead over Alfie O'Brien. Keep you posted on their matches. Mitchell, Lowry and Alfie Moore warming up. But it looks like 2 holes of throw in this one. And it is a 20-dart hole to throw from Oscar. He's off the mark. On a real contest on our hands here. Bedfordshire Youth County player is Addison. And on this evidence, it won't be long before he's playing senior darts. Great players around that area. Speak regular with Adam Mould. Doing very well with the mortars. A fine county player. A real smooth action, isn't it, from Oscar? You see, very pleasing on the eye actions. You don't get to this stage of a JDC Advanced Tour by not having great mechanics. So tops for 2 legs on the spin. It opens the door for a 3rd consecutive hold. A brilliant first start. Steps back for tops. And that's a real professional 97 take from our youngster. One down at tops miss, but Addison really took advantage there with that brilliant treble 19 and tops. And you can see why there's so much hype around this youngster. Kicks off with a maximum. Snarls at that treble 5, I like it. Great adjustment. And Oscar finding his range. Exchanging 180s in this leg. What a match we've got. Hanger 61 at full throttle. What a venue for our young talents to display their qualities. And they're doing just that on our live stream board. Congratulations to Christina Ennis, who was our first player through to the semi-finals. A 4-0 win over the Rottweiler, Jack Courtney. And what a leg from both players here. It's Oscar's turn to take a step back and take a blow. Great marker, he's walking on it. Oh, what an adjustment. I thought he might need to take a step back after that slight walk, but absolutely not. Finds his range perfectly. We've got a level game, both halfway to victory. We talk about the hype around Addison. Oscar's got gears, by the way, hasn't he? What a heavy scorer. Like 5 perfectly poised. As Alfie O'Brien and Jack Johnson go the distance, it's 3-all in our other quarter-final. Mitchell Lowry clicking through the gears, 2-0 up against Alfie Moore. Potential history-making Mitchell Lowry. As he goes for 4 Advanced Tour titles on the spin. Never been done before in the history of JDC darts. He was asking the question, is he the next Luke Littler? No, he's the next Mitchell Lowry. He is Mitchell Lowry. I'm the next Michael Van Gerwen with my green shirt on until I throw my darts. So 84 required. His opponent sat on 67. What a second dart that is. 2 12s to go 3-2 in front. The 97 clutch moment take, and very unlucky on the 103. Great attempt there from Addison Hefernan. So this game's had momentum shift after momentum shift. And a brilliant take on 67. Punishes the 103 miss. And it's yet another breaker throw, and Oscar Saxon has the advantage of throwing leg number 6 to wrap things up. Mitchell Lowry one away, he's on the hill, 3-0 up against Alfie Moore. And it was Jackie Boy whose experience prevailed in that one. A fine run from Alfie O'Brien to the quarterfinals, but Jackie Boy gets through 4-3. He's into the semi-finals. What a lineup we've got, but who will join him in this live stream quarterfinal, because it's anyone's guess. It's advantage to Oscar Saxon. We talk about averages, 3-2 in the scoreline, and there's 12 pops difference in the averages. But that matters not, does it, if it goes 3-all? Brilliant 2 treble visit. What a match we've got here in Bristol. He's back in the red bit is Addison. Wowza. That's just to keep tabs, because Oscar's on 108 after 12. Blink and you miss this one. To remain in the game in style. Not on this occasion, and Oscar will be back for 72 for a place in the semi-final to join an elite lineup. And it could have been under more pressure, but that 26 from Addison. Has he run his race? 2 12s for a 17 dart hole to throw. 18 will do. Will he be back? Because Addison has a chance. Does he wish he kept close of order? Treble 17. Unlucky. So Addison had heartache on the double 12 with a 103. Oscar's missed 2 darts so far. He's back for another attempt, and he makes no mistake on this occasion. He's through to the semi-finals. Congratulations to Oscar Saxon, 4-2 victory over Addison Hefernan, and very impressive with Addison. He'll be back for sure under our semi-finals. That's coming right up, folks. Stay with us. So as promised, event number 5 final, hot on the heels of our semi-final. Our 2 semi-final winners have taken a 5-minute break and are ready for action in our final. Mitchell Lowry certainly not living in the past of our scoreboard, which is currently on display. 5-2 win over Christian Ennis, as we've been refreshed. And Mitchell Lowry against Jack Johnson is now on our scoreboard. It's all about the present. It's all about the new. As Mitchell Lowry goes for 4 wins. I keep bleating on about that, but what an achievement it would be, wouldn't it? But in his own right, Jack Johnson is certainly a winner waiting to happen on the tour. And he's a big-time player, as Jackie Boy, isn't he? As we mentioned, 2 of the most recent big PDC stages. Super 16 winner, a win over Jaden Walker. And if you get a chance to watch that on YouTube, give that one a watch. But then the inaugural JDC Vaults played at the Morningside Arena in Leicester ahead of the World Grand Prix and won the final of that. So sit back and enjoy this final. It's Mitchell who has the advantage of throw in what is now a race to 6 PDC format. Talking to Mitchell, he said, who am I playing in the final prior to going onto the stage? I says, Jackie Boy, I said, a repeater last night. I says, but there'll be no draws tonight. Someone's got to win it. As we say, a cracking evening of JPL action last night, and don't want to give too much away, but it was a 4-all draw in that match with Jack Johnson, and Jackie Boy certainly earned his point. Mitchell's had 2 tough matches. Owen Bryceland 4-4 draw where he had to come from behind, and Jackie Boy there, who was off the mark in the JPL table. 12 darts gone, 80 remain. Goes the 16 routes with his opponent on a non-checkout. So thinking scoreboard management already. He went the Mervyn King route. So for the opening leg, 6-visit opening leg victory, 17 dart hole to throw. Mitchell Lowry's off the mark in the final, but Jackie Boy straight in the red bit. As we mentioned, we've got event number 6 hot on the heels of this final. The action comes thick and fast here in Bristol, and we're going to have the girls' final later on as well. That'll be towards the back end, I'd imagine, of event number 6. So stay tuned for that. We've just got the knockout stages following the group round robin phase complete. And I'll run through that in a moment. As Mitchell Lowry eyes up his first maximum. Right on cue and averaging 95 and change. But one of the turning points I feel in Mitchell Lowry's season last year, and what a fine second half of the season it was once the Advanced Tour was complete. As we mentioned, the success on the WDF seniors, not seniors, but senior men's, reaching the Lakeside final. What an achievement that was. To look so accomplished on that famous stage. Jimmy Van Schie losing out in the final. 17 darter is backed up with a 16 darter. Holding a break. And he's 2-0 up against Jackie Boy. We know Jackie Boy's got the gears to go through. This is 68 average is certainly not Jack Johnson-esque. Couple of good legs, and they'll both be rubbing shoulders in the 90s, I'm sure. Yeah, looking down the list of the girls in the last 16, we've got Lucy Shepherd, who sits on 3 points in the JPL against Harley Glover. Macy Gibbons against Yasmin Rook-Havard. What a contest that should be. Lily Wheeler against Becca Allen. Lola Wheeler's sister got the better of Becca Allen in the JPL last night. Fine 4-1 victory. Lily Wheeler, who was in our first JPL, missed out on qualifying on the final. To Kirsten Castley, who was in action against Taylor Field. That should be a cracker as well. I'll keep you posted on that as that develops. First to have finished Jackie Boy on the big fish after 12 darts. And Mitchell will be disappointed not to have left himself a finish, as the big fish could be reeled in. Great attempt from Jackie Boy. And as we talk, the temperament of Jackie Boy, he'll go about his own work. Steely-eyed and full of self-belief, and he's off the mark. We've had a 17 dart and a 16 darter from Mitchell Lowry, and an important 18 darter from Jack Johnson. And we're back on throw here in Bristol. This run to the final will certainly increase Jack Johnson's prospects of getting an England call-up. Remember, the top 4 after 20 events go to Gibraltar as England A team. England, of course, successful over in Gibraltar, World Cup winners. Certainly move up on 11th. But tabletop and Mitchell Lowry goes for 4 events on the spin. After a disappointing leg, is on 125 after 12. But on a handy finish there with 137 is Jackie Boy. You feel has to go. Finds the 25, so treble 20 for tops. I went bull, bull. And what a lovely marker it was. So great thinking that from Mitchell Lowry. Great entertainment, but double, double. Oh, will that be punished? Obviously didn't mean the double, double, but the double 1 was right in the corner, wasn't it? And a brilliant treble 16 to leave double 10. He hit it 3 times in our semi-final. He's got a lovely marker there and a brilliant take. So all winning legs have been in the 6-visit range. 16, 17 and 18 dart winning legs for Mitchell Lowry and an 18 darter for Jack Johnson. Quality standard on the Advanced Tour and 2 of the leading lights. Brilliant 140. But I love the response from Jackie Boy. He's just not phased, is he, by what his opponent hits, and it's a barrage of heavy scoring from Mitchell Lowry. Still possible for a 12 darter, not now. So Mitchell Lowry will be back with his opponent on 273. Should extend his advantage even more with a hold of throw, this time within a 5-visit range. So double 16. No damage done just yet with his opponent still on 232, but that's been reduced dramatically with a 140. So to stay in that 6-visit range of each winning leg, making heavy weather of it, and needs to take care of his work here. Wee socks for 4-1. And after that 140 from Jack Johnson has given himself an opportunity at 92 and a brilliant treble 20 for an absolute steal, and he gets it. Jackie Boy won't care one little bit. It's 3-2 and it's back on throw. Who would have thought it? We talk about disappointment and missed doubles. Mitchell Lowry will fire that as a positive in some sense. They'll fire him up to find the red bit more often. Well, he couldn't find it much more often. I mean, to kickstart the next leg. He's on 102 after 9 darts. What a contest we've got on our hands here. First to a finish on 142 after 12 is Jackie Boy, but on a more manageable checkout will be Mitchell Lowry, because he needs 100 now with still a dart in hand. It was a difficult one to find that treble 20 with the lie of the first dart, but he had to go for it. Pressurises the 80 with a solid ton, but what pressure. For a 2-leg breathing space once again. Why is it on either side? More drama here at Hanger 61. Double 16, fruitful once again. And suddenly, what could have been 5-1 is suddenly 3-all. Massive credit to Jack Johnson for sticking in. And leg 7, both exchanging 140s. What a final we've got on our hands. Hope you're enjoying this as much as I am. Breathtaking stuff here in Bristol. He returned the favour on Christian Ennis, who was the party pooper of event number 1 for him, but Mitchell Lowry's been put foot perfect in 3 events since. And Jackie Boy just won't go away as you'd expect. 3-all, both halfway to victory. It's the type of match to expect fireworks. And I think we're in for a thrilling second half of this contest. So to take the lead for the first time, he's finding that treble 20 beautifully in combinations, isn't he? Double 16 for 3 in a row on double 16 as well. And this time it was pulled. And surely Mitchell Lowry's not in the mood to gift any more opportunities. Rightfully so. and a 4-3 lead. Retakes the lead. 8th leg, it's Jackie Boy's darts. A relieved Mitchell Lowry. Jackie Boy pouring on the heavy 2 treble visit artillery. And he's heavy favourite to take leg number 8. What a gripping final we've got here in Bristol. As we said, we wouldn't expect Jackie Johnson to be sticking around the 68 average mark. They're both averaging in the 80s now, and that's only going to rise. $136 to leave. Well, he doesn't leave a finish, but Jackie Boy will be back for 4-all. Went to go over the top and just lost his lie slightly, so Jackie Boy for a lefty on double 10. Double 16's been kind to him, but not so much to the other side of the board. And this is in the wheelhouse of Wee Sox. He went for bull again. And it's not showboating. It was clearly 2 good markers. And it's Jackie Boy's turn to wipe his feet on his doubles for that 2-leg advantage once again, and to go one leg away from being Event 5 champion. He's on a tricky double 19. Not tricky for Mitchell Lowry, of course. He takes it out, and he's 1 leg away from being Event 5 champion. And 4 on the spin, everybody. History-making leg, perhaps. The talent that JDC have had over the years have never had 4 on the spin. In a 3-all, you look like Jackie Boy could have been the thorn in the side. He still might, of course. We know Jackie Boy can reel off 3 quick legs. But 2 breaks a throw would be required, which is difficult against anyone, let alone Mitchell Lowry. Yeah, very relaxed Mitchell Lowry in this leg. Very relaxed Mitchell Lowry prior to coming into the final as he turned the lights off on everyone coming out the toilet. The wee tinker. So it sets things up, but Jackie Boy on 108. We know he's capable of doing this. To become Event 5 champion, a deep blowout. Steps back, goes through his usual routine. Double top. 2 10s. And the show goes on because Jackie Boy has a chance at 64 to reduce the arrears and to bring us back on throw. 2 4s. Other side of the board. And why is it? So Mitchell Lowry's back for double 10 to wrap things up. And what's been a brilliant Event 5. He wants 2 5s. Oh my God. He finds it. Magic from Mitchell Lowry. He is our Event 5 champion. A 6-3 win over the brilliant Jack Johnson. Wow. 4 tournament wins on the spin. Congratulations to Mitchell Lowry. Never in doubt in the end. However, Jackie Boy did come back really well from 3-all, but it's Mitchell's day so far. He wins the first event of the afternoon. We've still got another event to come, which is hot on the heels of this. Congratulations to Mitchell Lowry and his connections. And of course, Jack Johnson for reaching the final. Extends his lead at the top of the Advanced Tour. And of course, Jack Johnson will increase his situation. We'll have an updated table for you very shortly, folks. But it's all about Mitchell Lowry for now. Stay with us. We've got a round of 64 match coming up. And remember, the girls' finals coming up later on. We'll have our first match of event number 6 real soon. Welcome back, folks. The presentation party is complete. The stage is swept. And as promised, our first round of 64 contest of event number 6. The tartan and the blue confetti is off the stage for Mitchell Lowry. And it's all about Luke Cox and Belgium's Robbie van der Seen. And of course, we were graced with fantastic presence of Lex Passhauser as our only Belgian on tour last year. And our former JDC World Champion returns this year, but with some Belgian company, and Robbie van der Steen is one of those. First look for both players for me on the live stream with these two players. And every player that wasn't on tour last season that's featured on these boards, and I'm not just saying this because I say things as they are, but I've been mightily impressed with everybody so far. The debutants, they just look so at ease, so comfortable with a step up either from the foundation to a qualifying school, whichever route that they've taken. So that looks like the formalities are out the way. And the bullseye off. Event number 6 is underway. We're under starters orders and we're off. Luke, who won the darts. Luke, who currently sits 40th on the order of merit. That's an updated table after 5 events. Not too far behind in 49th is Robbie van der Steen. Remember, 5 events down out of 20 events. There's still a lot to play for, and the table will take shape, but it's beginning to take shape now, isn't it? Once this weekend's out the way, another 3 events still, of course, to play, but we're almost halfway through our advanced tour. Movers and shakers. And we're starting to see some of the cream reach their first quarterfinals, first semi-finals. It's all about stepping stones. And that goes back as far as winning your first match on tour. It's all about making slight progression. We know how talents do that in terms of ability, averages. But it's not putting too much pressure on yourself to expect too much too quick. So the pressure on Luke to hold his throw, but a handy treble 20, but 72 going. Doesn't need the bull to come into the equation because double 11. And a brilliant double 11. Tidied up very nicely after that straight first start on the 72. But the treble 14 double 11 combination worked well. And an early breaker throw from our Belgium. He looks good, doesn't he? That's easy to say that after he fires in 2 treble 20s, but yeah, absolutely. Solid first leg break. Luke will be sick of the sight of the Belgians. He lost to Schnoys in the last event. Lost to Turgle in the round of 16 of event number 4. Played Schnoys again in event number 2. Jack Marshall, event number 4, he lost in the first round too. And De Reeder of the Netherlands. So he's had some tough draws, but as we say, the strength and depth of the advanced tour, there's no easy match. But Luke's sitting 40th. It's not been a bad opening 5 tournaments for him, has it? Robbie's averaging pretty much his tournament average so far in terms of the Advanced Tour. 65.79 is his running average. Lost out to Jack Nankovic in the first event. Didn't get a leg on the board, but he's off the mark here in event number 6. And he could double his advantage here. Well, the door is ajar for Luke Cox to get off the mark. So to get off the mark himself, Luke wants double 18, and he finds it. And we've got a level game. Robbie will be disappointed with that, but Luke will be relieved. And that should settle him. She was speaking with Joe Wheeler, who's obviously got Woody, who does a great job on punching the numbers in. The next Kirk Bevins and Lola and Lily on the girls' tour. I'm sure that Joe said that Luke's some relation of his. So to keep an eye on Luke. So it's a first look at Luke, and like I say, it'll be interesting to see how he progresses on his first Advanced Tour. Another Farringdon ace. Played in one of the vaults recently and lost out to Danny Lowry. .72 average in that match what I'm looking at. Robbie, one of 6 Belgians in action on the tour. His 32 has become 64. What an Advanced Tour we've got. Of course, when you talk about the Foundation Tour as well, the structure of the Junior Darts Corporation, and we've got the North and the South. We'll be doing commentary on that over the coming weeks as well, as Robbie takes the lead once again. 3 legs, 3 consecutive breaks. And we'll be doing alternative commentary from the North and the South. From Liverpool and Bristol. And we look at some of the matches that Robbie's played so far. As we say, lost out to Jack Nankovic. Also lost out to the likes of Jack Johnson, Jaden Walker. So wherever you go, there's potential brick walls, isn't there? But to be up there with Mitchell Lowry, you've got to learn to break through those brick walls. With your 3 darts and your wee socks. We'll keep you updated of any crunch clashes in our opening match. Matches around the boards. Once I figure out how to, as Robbie doubles his advantage to 3-1. Once I figure out how to change it from event 5 to event 6 on my computer. Easy done for most. But us dinosaurs might have to wait till the end of this match. So one away is our Belgian for a place in the round of 32. And for both players, it's an opportunity for more points on the board. Back comes Coxwell. Responds well from the scoreboard pressure. Hardest one to win's out the last leg, isn't it? But Cox with the advantage of throw here. The style of Luke Cox, he kind of throws across, doesn't he? Bit of Bobby George-esque. He's down to a 2 data to reduce the arrears to 3-2. Opportunity knocks for Cox. Great attempt. And he will be back for double 6. And you feel it's got to go. Double 3. Oh, he's got inside of it. And with that treble visit from Robbie, has given himself a handy $2 of his own to wrap things up. 58 required for a 4-1 victory in a place in the round of 32. Steps back, takes a blowout. Important double. And Cox is back for double 6 to reduce the arrears. This time he takes it out. And the match continues to leg number 6, in which Robbie has to serve it out on throw, because if not, Luke will have the darts in that all-important decider. A real fascinating contest we've got on our hands here. And what looked like it could have been done and dusted. Cox was cool as you like on that double 6 the second time round. Was very unlucky on the 98 as well previous to that. And too much mismatched darts from Robbie. But again, these youngsters, they don't think about that, do they? They just march on to the next leg. That 4-second rule, window wiped. Temperament is brilliant from our youngsters. I'll be flinging my arms around, ganning me ends. Showing his pacing. For the match then, 100 going. Oh, he can't do it now with that 1. He's got time on his side. Cox back on 220 to apply the pressure. Only 60. Double 16 required. A third match dart missed. And Luke wished he kept close of order here, because back on 160, he's been troublous for a few visits, as he is again. And this time the Belgian should prevail. And he's wide. Oh, he's busted. Drama here in Bristol to go the distance. Treble 19 for the double. Not to be. And Robbie's back again. Still averaging 70 despite the missed doubles. It's not always the 90 plus averages that create the drama. Double top to go the distance. He finds it. And from out the blue, Luke Cox has levelled things up. And he has the advantage of throwing the decider. The Farringdon flinger. And after dragging yourself from 3-1 down to 3-all, you get away with 25 in the first start and a dropout. But his opponent only scores 58. And a brilliant 140 there from Vanderin. But again, brilliant. Back comes Luke Cox with a 2 treble visit and another dropout. All to play for here in Bristol. The deciding leg. 7 points between the pair. After 6 grueling legs. Edge of your seat stuff. An important 85. He's first to a finish after 12 darts on 135. But each time Luke Cox responds beautifully. On a finish of his own on 161. But you feel Robbie should have 6 darts from here. After all the missed darts with 3 in hands, you feel like Robbie will pick out a 3-figure combination. Too much darts. Go a begging once again. Brilliant first dart on the treble 19. Still possible here. 95 required after 2 darts in hand for Luke Cox. Not a happy accident in the end on the treble 7. So will he split it or go directly for it? The eye line suggests he's splitting it. And this time Robbie Vanderin takes it out. A relieved youngster. A 4-3 victory over Luke Cox, who battled back really well. But it's the Belgian who progresses. He's into the round of 32. Stay with us, folks. Take a breath. And we will be back for another first round contest coming right up. Back to the action here in Bristol. Toby Clemens against Jake Hobbs. Another first round contest and another fascinating one. There's a lot of hype and expectation around Jake Hobbs, and rightly so. And it's a first look for Toby Clemens. So I'm excited to see how he performs. The first commentary live stream for Toby. Dipping our toe around the grounds, around the boards, as we say, from our round of 64 as promised. Jack Courtney's continued his good form today. He's through against Belgium. Van Brussel 4-3. Lewis Cook a 4-0 win over Caden Morris. Owen Bryson's through his first round against Vince Keenis. Another Welsh player going well. Harley Glycos. Good weekend for him in the opening 1-4 series events. And he's beaten Jack Nankovic. JPL star. Not going so well this year on the Advanced Tour, but we know Jack Nankovic has the class to turn that around in one tournament. And a brilliant take there from Jake Hobbs. Off the mark with a 95 checkout and a 15 dart breaker throw. We said there's a lot of hype and expectation around him. And he's going to show us why. Winner of 3 events on the unsigned weekend. And to do that, that's some achievement in itself. Playing his trade again at senior level, senior tournaments, and doing very well. Semi-finalist of the Breen Open. What a competition that is. Alfie Armitage, we saw lose at one of our early stream matches. And Teddy Accott as well. We saw Alfie Armitage got the better with a 72 average and won 4-0. Alfie O'Brien 4-1 against young Lennon Wharf. Lennon, who came into the Advanced Tour with an absentee and really making the most of his experience. Youngster with a bright future. Jaden Walker averaging just shy of 90. As Jake Hobbs doubles his advantage with a ton topper. We said this kid's good, didn't we? He's proven exactly that. 2 big checkouts early doors. Toby not just shabby on 88 averaging and a max to get underway. Both players bringing out the best of each other. We've saw matches that look like they've been going one-sided, haven't we, today? And the opponents came back really well or took their opportunities on doubles when other players have missed. But you feel Toby's going to have to get to a double first because Jake Hobbs has shown no signs of having double trouble. Established Berkshire men's county player now. A real thoroughbred on the JDC Advanced Tour. Toby reduces the arrears. Halves the deficit. And only one breakdown. But one breakdown and 2 treble visit away from Hobbs. A mammoth task. But I like what I see about Toby. Toby's got a real smooth action. Quality visit from Jake as he rolls his eyes at the 140. I do that all the time. Jake, who's 20th currently on the order of merit. Robbie Long just announcing there our girls' final of Macy Gibbons and Becca Allen. A mouth-watering final that'll be coming up. So stay with us for that one, folks. That'll be sandwiched in amongst our boys' progression of event number 6. But some quality scoring, some quality checkouts. This match has had everything so far. But we're still only halfway through it. Sod's law with that one, isn't it? Went the bull route with his opponent on a non-checkout, and of course hits the 25 in the bullseye. I do that all the time as well. Yeah, right. That's why I'm hiding behind my microphone. It's been smooth sailing in this leg, but it could come unstuck here if Toby can take out the 130 checkout. And he's got a pop at the bull. Oh, great attempt that from Clemens. And I thought Jake had bust that scoreline there. He did, yes. So he's back on double 6. And what was a comfortable leg turned out to be a tricky one. But Hobbs extends his advantage to 3-1. He's one leg away from a place in the second round. Look at the focus and steely-eyedness of Toby Clemens. 3-1 down. You wouldn't know whether he's 3-1 down or 3-1 up. Love it. Just focus on the 3 darts in his hand. Leg he must win, doesn't find the treble, so effectively Jake has the advantage of throw here, and he's making the most of it. He'll be disappointed with the 97 after that 57 with his first dart. And a brilliant response, but looks like a blocker. There's a first sign of frustration there from Toby. It's not very often you'd be frustrated at hitting a treble, but when you need a 2 treble visit and you're blocked, it's sometimes difficult to take. So leg 5 firmly in the balance. It could be a match-winning leg for Jake Hobbs. So 117 to make it 3-2, and a brilliant first dart finds the corner of the treble 20. Needs tops. Almost a terrific 3-figure combination. Still possible. Not possible now, as Clemens will be back for double 10. The bounce out there for Hobbs could have left things a lot closer. 2 5s for 3-2. Hobbs will be back for the match. $72 then to wrap things up. 16 for tops. Wires tops. And the drama continues here in Bristol. To keep the game alive, he wants 2 5s. And it's Toby's turn to split it. And an unexpected return for tops. And wraps things up eventually. Jake Hobbs is through to the round of 32. A disappointed Toby Clemens, but an 82 average for Jake Hobbs. Impressive by him. And there's certainly plenty more in the tank as he progresses through to the second round. A second round match and a second round contest that we should have coming right up. So welcome back everybody, and as promised we've got our girls final of event number 3. Macy Gibbons already a winner on the girls series so far. The opening weekend of events number 1 and 2 for the girls, which Becca Allen was absent for, and Macy came good in event number 1. But back in girls action and back in a final is Becca Allen. And it's Macy to get things underway. A repeat of our JPL match last night, in which Becca Allen won't want reminding of. But she's our JPL champion. And she's the top dog But if there's going to be someone to knock Becca Allen off that, Macy Gibbons is the form player right now to do just that. Mightily impressed with her last night. 2 victories, which saw her move to the top of the JPL girls table. And for Becca Allen, the JPL's not won after 1 week of action. But it was all about Paige Pauling last year and Becca Allen. And this year, you get the feel early doors that it's going to be very much Becca Allen and Macy Gibbons. Got some quality players backing that up with Lucy Shepherd, who's on 3 points in the JPL and who's going really well. She got the semi-finals and got beat off Macy Gibbons en route to Macy's final. Lola Wheeler's been in fine form. Becca Allen got the better of Lola after Lola won 4-1 last night. This final, what is a race to 4. When Paige Pauling was absent over in America, Becca Allen was the player to win both them events that weekend. She did win another event where Paige was present. Well, Macy Gibbons was one of the players that reached the final in Paige's absence, but she hasn't half progressed since then. And she's off the mark with the opening leg. She was averaging 80 yesterday and made it look so easy. Now, evening of darts on the Friday night of the Junior Power League. Becca, who beat Paige Pauling in the semi-final of the Scottish tournament of the girls' event, but then Macy went on to win the final. But then Becca Allen went on to win the senior girls. So one door closes, another one opens. Becca Allen certainly a champion, as is Macy. A fascinating final. The creme de la milk of girls' darts right now. Brilliant setup from Becca to leave 40 after 12. Lovely marker. And a feathered adjustment as Becca levels things up at 1-1. We said this would be a fascinating final. Macy's averaging in the 70s and Becca's in the 80s. And this is a much more determined and polished performance so far from Becca Allen. Becca, of course, is doing really well with in the women's series as well. Her first experience of that, she reached the quarterfinals. Brilliant achievement. We all know the caliber of players that play on the PDC Women's Series. A champion now, but certainly a champion in the future when she moves up to senior level. 17 just last week. Happy birthday to Becca Allen, of course. And for Macy, the Coventry ace. Well, I don't think's been playing the game less than 2 years. Imagine that. to retake the lead. Treble 17's good. Very unlucky on the tops and tens. But Becca Allen for 116 finds the treble 20. This is brilliant darts from our two girls. Oh, and a great attempt. And the facial expression on Becca suggests she's gutted about that. And Macy tidies up the double 5, retakes the lead. What a match we've got. Back and forth, heavy scoring, big checkout misses. It's first to 4. Can we not play it first to 10? Stunning 180 for Macy Gibbons. She is the form player right now, along with Becca Allen. Both proving why they're in the final. The pace of the game really bringing out the best of each other. Fluent match and fluent on the red bit. Now, the fast improvement that I've seen in Macy Gibbons over the last 6 months has been incredible. There it is, a 3-1 advantage. With Becca Allen sat on 82. Gibbons slams the door shut on leg number 4. And she's thrown for the championship of event number 3. We mentioned Becca missed the opening weekend of the tour. She was playing in the All-Ireland tournament. All the counties come together for a big weekend of darts, and she reached the final, losing out to Robin Byrne. Edged out in that one. But she's had big wins over big players. I'm so excited to see the future of Becca Allen. She's got such a glittering future ahead of her. As we sparkles. So unable to pressurise with a traveller's visit there. And time on her side to wrap things up for Macy Gibbons. It's been a real business-like performance, hasn't it? So steely-eyed focused at the board is Macy. To be top dog on this Super Saturday. We know Becca won't give things up, and a 2-treble visit there keeps Macy honest. But 60 for event 3 champion. Double 10. Tops to keep the game alive. Oh, and the 116 goes a missing, as does the 76. What could have been possibly for Becca Allen. Shimmies alongside and finds the double 10. Magic for Macy Gibbons. She is event 3 champion of the girls. A 75 average. Impressive from both players. 76 for Becca Allen, but it's a 4-1 defeat for her. Macy Gibbons has won 2 girls' titles out of 3. Congratulations to her. And we will be back, of course, for event 4's final tomorrow. Macy Gibbons, though, impressive stuff, proving that she is the form player right now in the girls. Top of the JPL table and top of the girls series. So after that, very impressive final from both players. We will be back very soon for a round of 32 match in the boys Advanced Tour event number 6. Stay with us, folks. So congratulations to Macy Gibbons on becoming Event 3 Girls Champion, and also congratulations on the return of Rebecca Allen and reaching the final. Back to boys action in the round of 32, and we featured Alfie Armitage and Ridley Ladicus in our Event 5. Both very impressive. Ridley with a victory and Alfie with a loss, but both bounced back with some impressive performances in event number 6. And this will be a fascinating contest that could go either way. We're about to get underway. So we're underway with Alfie's darts. We say Accrington Stanley, who were they? Well, Accrington's finest, Alfie Armitage, people who don't know him soon will. And as for Ridley Ladicus, to get a name for yourself in the northeast of England, obviously, my region, there's a lot of hot prospects kicking around. And Ridley's certainly progressing nicely. Opening leg, of course, of what's a race to 4 until we get to the quarter-final stages, where the format ramps up to best of 9, and it's a final in which we've already saw Mitchell Lowry win 4 on the spin. We'll update you on the top 32 matches in progress and results that have got in so far on the conclusion of this opening leg. So unable to go out now on the 130 with that, but certainly sets things up nicely with his opponent on a non-finish. So great board management from Ridley. Two tens, and the amount of times on the live stream board that corner of the double 10 has been found has been incredible, isn't it? There must be a hole in there that everyone can sort of identify, and uncanny how many times it's happened today. I was speaking to Ralphie's parent, his mother, after the match, and I says there was a lot of positives to take from his opening match on the live stream, and both agreed he was very unlucky on the trebles, but you know that certainly he's got the talent to find them, and when it clicks, his opponent better watch out. I mentioned they went over to the Isle of Man festival, sorry. Ben Townley had Alfie's mum as his adopted mother for the weekend, and Ben Townley's jersey still smelling of Alfie's mum. Said, have you got perfume on, Ben? Ben Townley, of course, who we saw in Event 5. A real thoroughbred in the Advanced Tour. So for a level game, 20 for tops. Followed the second dart in, didn't he? Maybe conscious of catching the flight. But 2 10s for a level game. The leg he's bust. He's got to take care of his work. Unlucky. But Ridley with an opportunity to double his advantage. And he was clinical early doors, wasn't he, on the live stream before? And he's clinical once again. It was an 82 average that we saw Ridley perform with. As my battery is running low on the laptop, which is providing the stream, so fingers crossed that we get through at the end of the match till I do star jumps at Robbie Long to say, give some power into my laptop, please. Think I might have sorted the job out myself. Hope I have. Back to the action, folks, sorry. It's a brilliant setup there from Alfie. Oh, and almost a great take, wasn't it? But both players now bouncing off each other in terms of quality. And Alfie gets off the mark. It was unfortunate with the double tens, but the double top went straight in, didn't it? Match on our hands now. Great attempt on the 104 as well from Ridley. Nice run to the last 16 for Alfie Cook. He's beaten Mongolia's number 2 in a Richie Bat. Jason Goosen's 4-2 over Owen Bryceland's an eye-catching performance. A 93 average from the Belgian there. Jack Marshall due a good run in one of these competitions. 4-0 victory over Aaron de Reeder. Aaron de Reeder, of course, reached a final, losing out to Mitchell Lowry in event number 3, I think it was, 6-5. Lewis Cook 4-0 over Mitchell Lowry, so Mitchell Lowry can't make it a 5-star performance. When we do have a slight break, I might try and get Mitchell into the commentary box. From one Northeast player to another, Oliver Haffen, who had a good season last year on the tour. Had a difficult first weekend, but he's into the round of 16, a 4-1 win over Alfie Moore, who went well in event number 5, as Ridley extends his advantage to 3-1. But Oliver Haffen threw 4-1 in that one. Turgle's through 4-2 against Arthur Alliston. That'll be a cracking game. Alfie Rogers 4-3 over Archie Self. And Addison Hefernan 4-0 win over Ethan Baines. That keeps you up to speed. Jack Johnson also 3-through 4-2 against Craig Devlin. I still feel if Alfie can get a good visit on the board, that this match has still got plenty of mileage in it. But it's Ridley who's pulling the trigger on the 2 treble visits. And in his first match, Alfie was more responsive rather than on the front foot with them scores. And unfortunately for him so far, he's unable to keep tabs in the scoring department. But I'd like to win the match. And there we go again. Responsive, but a brilliant 180 from Alfie Armitage. Both on 60. But against the dart for a 14 darter and a 14 darter to wrap things up. Ridley Ladicus has done just that. And an 82 average in his first stream match in event number 5 is backed up with an 84.31 in event number 6. And Alfie Armitage again played very well in defeat. We'll see more of him over the course of the weekend, no doubt, on Sunday. But Ridley Ladicus is through to the round of 16. Very impressive young man. A round of 16 match that'll be coming right up, everybody. Check on the power thing doesn't go off on here. Hiya.
Enjoy that.
I see. Like you see, it was good performance again.
Just come. Get going on trebles.
I said he was like responsive rather than like sort of being on the front foot with it. But like say when he's, I said responsive, then he rattled in a one in yesterday.
Bit too late. Never mind.
See you in a bit. Yeah, so I said battery low. So but then
Says my laptop.
yeah,
Yeah,
but
you
then,
can actually. That's not the laptop.
Yeah.
charger now.
yeah, so I need to plug. That needs plugging in. Is that the charger?
That's the charger for it.
What is it? Is it?
Yeah.
It's not plugged in though, is it? It's not working. Stay there, look.
The switch's not me.
You what? See that? Oh yeah, yeah.
Is that the switch?
Nice one, because I thought I don't want him to go off. So welcome back to the action, folks. A round of 16 match. Featuring Drake Porter and Jack Johnson. Jack Johnson, of course, our finalist of event number 5. And we said he'd make strides from 11th in the table, and that win has propelled him up to 7th. Drake Porter had a disappointing opening weekend, but what a difference a weekend makes. 1 win in 4 events, and now he's won 2 off the spin. We know from Drake Porter, if you watched him last season on the tour, he featured regularly on the live streams. It was a player that was playing very well in defeat, a bit like Alfie Armitage in our 2 matches that we've seen so far. And I'm sure Drake and Alfie are certainly not going to be tagged as playing well in defeat players. But we can certainly see the potential of Drake Porter to go well. Could it be event number 6? He's got the unenviable task of having to face Jack Johnson in doing so, because we know how much good form Jackie Boy is in. Run, Jackie Boy, run. Of course, the darts only count on retrieval if they remain in the board. Jackie Boy didn't need to run for it. He swanned up there like John Wayne. And it's been a positive start from Jackie Boy. 203 after 9 darts, pretty much average in the ton. in this opening leg with the darts. Two players very familiar with each other's games. A very professional leg, leaving double four after 15 darts. Busts his score, but his opponent's on a non-checkout, so time on his side for Jack Johnson, as Drake just looks to feel his way into this match. He had a free pop at the breaker throw in the opening leg. He does have the darts in leg number 2, but you feel in the context of the match, as Jackie Boy secures double one, that Drake Porter won't want to go 2-0 down with Jack Johnson thrown first in leg 3. So this is a very important leg here. Players already through to the quarterfinals, looking at the scores on Darts Connect as they go in. Alfie Cook into the quarterfinals, a 4-0 win over Oscar Rumsey. Jackie Boy scored really well in that opening leg, ended up on double one, but again, pretty much scoring wise, he's averaging a ton. The 140 followed by the Traveller's Visit, but 303 after 6 starts, he'll certainly take against the throw. Charlie Greensmith, a 4-0 win over Jason Goosens. Jason Goosens, of course, we mentioned, had the big 90-plus average in his match earlier against Owen Bryceland. Jack Marshall, we said, was due a good run. 4-3 win over Oliver Haffen. Brilliant attempt at the bull. And Jackie Boy in no mood to mess about, is he? 12 darter unfortunately didn't land on the bullseye, but wraps it up in 14 darts. And we're going to have a new winner on our Advanced Tour table, because no Mitchell Lowry in the event number 6. He's been beaten already, losing out 4-0 to Lewis Cook. So both brothers going very well. And Kai Basil, who won the only other event number 1, he's also not in the competition. So a new face will be on the title of event number 6. He's had a wasted dart there, but Drake still has a chance. It's an awkward one, but he finds it brilliantly, and he's off the mark. A 15 dart breaker throw, and boy did he need that. Jackie Boy's scoring ability there to be seen, but what a response from Drake Porter. Drake's averaged 70 in 2 of his wins so far of event number 6. A 4-3 winner was over Harley Glycos. Callum Ryan also a victory with a 70 average. Jack Johnson with an 86 average over Craig Devlin, 4-2. And what a response it's been from Drake Porter, hasn't it? From 2-0 down and Jackie Boy rattling in the 2 treble visits. And from 2-0 it's suddenly 2-all. And we've got a massive, massive match on our hands here. Huge turnaround from Drake Porter. Mightily impressed with this. Jackie Boy will certainly remain focused in his own game because he knows his own game's in a great place right now. The more times you put yourself in that position, the more times you're comfortable in scenarios where players fight back against you or get out of the traps quick, and you handle it in a much more calmer presence, and Jack Johnson does that in abundance, doesn't he? Yeah, 15 darts, that'll do nicely. Oh, he's missed it. Carl, get yourself to spec savers. Drake, borrows your glasses, please. I thought that double 16 was in. I daresn't call it. There we go, 3-2. Jack Johnson does retake the lead. He's one away from a place in the quarterfinals. The back end of the 2025 campaign, we saw Jack Johnson making some latter stages. He's certainly on the premises to win one. The likes of himself and Jaden Walker, you can see getting closer and closer. As we see, the progression's great to see. Lewis Cook did win one towards the back end of the year, but he's there, always thereabouts now. Jordy Ridley Ladicus, 3-2 up on Jake Hobbs. Brilliant conclusion to that one, as in this one. And he's wrestled the advantage of throw away from Drake Porter, but back comes Porter. A thrilling last 16 contest. 14 pops the difference in the averages, but very little to separate them in terms of the scoreline. We show another example that averages are not everything. Far from it. Can't finish now that first start's gone astray on the 1-2-6. For a level game, 117 going for Drake Porter. Still possible. Not now. So for a ton topper and a place in the quarterfinals, 84 going. Very unlucky with a treble 16. Drake Porter will need a treble 16 or a treble 8. So it's double top for threes apiece. Brilliant dart from Drake Porter. Each time he's been asked the question, each time he's been behind, he's responded. And we've got a last leg decider, and I think this match deserves a last leg decider. The fist pump from both players shows their mutual respect. Best of luck, gents. really has been a fine digging deep display from Drake Porter, hasn't it? 2-0 down, 3-1 down. We know the quality of Jackie Boy. He just takes it all in his stride, doesn't he? He's back in the red bit, filling it up. 140 will certainly do nicely. 180 after 9 darts with his opponent in the high 300s. Has Drake Porter finally run his race? What a performance it's been. And just as you say that, back comes a maximum from Drake Porter. What a match. So Shanghai to wrap things up, he wants tops. Oh, what a way to respond to the 180 that would have been. And in the background, great to see Drake Porter pointing up to the top as if to say, I know what you need. You're going to hit it, son, aren't you? And he had a chance at the 154. It was a long shot, but only 28th. I think he was distracted by the 120 attempt. With 2 10s. Finds it with the third down. What a match. Jack Johnson prevails. He's into the quarterfinals. And a brilliant display by Drake Porter. Hope you enjoyed that match as much as I did. And it's a quarterfinal that we mentioned that'll be coming right up, everybody. Stay with us, folks. Marking now on stage for our quarter-finals, so about to get underway. Alfie O'Brien of Wales taking on Jake Hobbs. Two players that we've been mightily impressed with during event 5. But as we say, we're moving swiftly on, and it's all about the present and a place in the semi-finals up for grabs in event number 6. Alfie O'Brien, who we saw with a fine victory over Kyle Gilden earlier on. And when we talk about the strength and depth and standard of the Advanced Tour, Alfie O'Brien sits 24th currently at the minute on the Advanced Tour, and Jake Hobbs is 20th. Obviously, that's going to change as both players have had a fine run to the quarters at least. But the level that you see these players at, you'd think, God, imagine what the top 5 and top 10 are playing at if you see players playing at this level and ability. Two quality operators going about their work. Sit back and enjoy this one. We're deep into leg number 1 already. First to 4 remains for our quarterfinals. Unable to secure a 5-visit break there. And Alfie, like he did in our earlier stream match against Kyle Gilden, punishes with a lovely 78 in 2 darts. His timing's impeccable, isn't it? When he takes these checkouts out, and these are checkouts that take you deep runs in competitions, no doubt about that. But they always seem to be timing where his opponent has missed darts at a double. But as we say, the mentality and the temperament of our players, 304 after 6 darts, after missing darts at a double. And then fires in with a 2 treble visit even. To leave the big fish after 9. He doesn't need 3 in hand, does he? He just needs a big fish. Well, that didn't need to go, as well as that 3rd dart and the 5 didn't need to go. Damage limitation with Alfie only getting 57, so 6 darts in hand from here on 125. Brilliant so far. Oh, flawless. Jake Hobbs replies with 125 checkout. What a smooth, rhythmic checkout that was. And we're back on level terms, everybody. Was averaging a shade under 100 until that 60. Only 60, Jake. Come on. That's more like it. 123. Looking at the body language of the pair, you wouldn't think that there's a place in the semi-final at stake, and you've got to have that, haven't you? Can't put too much on a certain round or a certain match. Or I know it's difficult when you get to the top level of the 128, shall we say, at the World Championships, where each matches can make life-changing money, especially in the latter stages. But the grounding that the Junior Darts Corporation gives these youngsters, and credit to the academies, to the families, and to the players themselves. Superstars. Well, he's hit it once, why not twice? And there we go. A tidy 20-dart hole to throw. Somehow we've had 3 holes to throw. It's Alfie who retakes the lead. The young Welsh wizard. Jake has looked comfortable on his own throw, hasn't he? Yes, he's playing catch-up in terms of being 1-0 down and 2-1, but he's really heavy scored on his own throw, hasn't he? I love the way Alfie throws his dart. He's almost Terminator-esque. Bit like Macy Gibbons in the girls. What a final we had there. Macy Gibbons prevailing over Becca Allen. Brilliant performance also from her. No, she'll be disappointed by reaching the final and losing, but Super Sunday is just around the corner, Becca. Jake secures the 1-2-5 early doors and unlucky to take out the 101. And just when you want a comfortable leg on throw, he offers that opportunity where Alfie's been taken throughout and could do so again, and he does do so again. Clinical finishing from Alfie O'Brien. This is real match play darts from him. And he's punishing every missed double that Jake Hobbs makes, as he did against the Flying Gilden in the last match that we saw him on the live stream. Final match in progress of our quarterfinals. Will it be in progress for long? Because Alfie O'Brien turning the screw. Will it be 2 Alfies in the semi-finals because Alfie Cook is through a 4-2 win over Jack Marshall, who's had a good run today. Charlie Greensmith a 4-1 win over Alfie Rogers O'Flynn. Jack Johnson continues his march to back-to-back finals, a 4-2 win over Jaden Walker. But well picked for our live stream match. This has been an absolute belter, hasn't it? Keeps Alfie honest with a 2-treble visit, but he wants the ball to wrap things up. As we say, deep runs that get you to finals. And Alfie O'Brien around that 80 to 100 mark has been absolutely flawless, hasn't he? Coming back for 25 for the match. Pulls it. And you get the feeling, despite Hobbs missing them darts to win the legs, he'll make no mistake with his 56 to stay in the match. 2 10s. Brilliant take from Jake Hobbs and thoroughly well deserved. The match goes on to everybody's delight, unless you're the Alfie O'Brien camp, of course. But for us neutrals, we've got a 6 leg, everybody. Tops was way off, wasn't it? But he really took care of his double 10 there, did Jake. And that's the signs of a champion, isn't it? Having the minerals with 1 dart in hand, but a brilliant 180 from Alfie O'Brien. Averaging in the mid-80s. I didn't think I could move any further closer to the edge of my chair, but wow, I'm hanging on to everybody. I'm hanging on. Brilliant setup. And he will be back. 96 to take us the distance. This match is at just about everything. Two 18s. A brilliant pop finish. And the missed doubles early in the match. And a lovely combination there. We've got a deciding leg. All that's forgotten if you're in the Jacobs camp. It's all about this last leg against the throw. Alfie's got a treble to get us underway. And so is Jake. Neck and neck. 3-all. 405 apiece. Who's going to win this one? Best of luck, gents, for a place in the semi-final at stake. Cracking last start, wasn't it, to split them two single 20s. So excited at the climax of this match. And a brilliant treble every visit from Alfie O'Brien. You know, when he's had opportunities to win the match, and his temperament is just say, dig in, continue that. Excellent form from both players. And again, finds the treble with his last start. And a thumbs up and a bit of a relaxed smile there from Alfie O'Brien in the background. And the match is brought to a conclusion with a brilliant 60 take. Alfie O'Brien is into our semi-final and a well-deserved victory in the end over Jake Hobbs. Jake Hobbs very unlucky in defeat. We certainly know he'll be back averaging just shy of 90, the standard of the JDC Advanced Tour. But it's Alfie O'Brien who joins Alfie Cook, Charlie Greensmith and Jack Johnson in the semi-finals. A semi-final that's coming right up, everybody. Stay with us, folks. Semi-final Saturday at the Dart, and two fresh faces in Alfie Cook and Charlie Greensmith. Formalities, the preparation is over. A race to 5 for a place in the final. So it's Charlie's dart with that impressive bullseye. The fist pumps and we're underway. We mentioned the impressive start it was. 180 to start things off. Well, almost again. 140 will do nicely though if you're in Team Alfie Cook's corner. Yeah, we mentioned the impressive opening 4 rounds of fixtures for Lewis Cook, but I kept an eye on Alfie, and Alfie had a really good 4 events too. Currently sitting 15th in the table after 5 events, but that's going to go up and up, as we know from this run in event number 6. And Charlie Greensmith's going about his work really nicely as well, 17th currently, and of course that's going to go up. So first look at both on the live stream. The big stage and a big match for a place in the final. $47 after 12 for Alfie. Very unlucky. Will it be punished with a treble 18 and bull? Not on this occasion. As Alfie G's himself up for a return visit to double 16. Looks like a handy guide. Second one was tricky, wasn't it? Charlie be a wish he kept a bit closer order here, even though he's got a shot at it. He wants the bull for 1-0. Hit the bullseye to get the advantage of throw, but Alfie's back for more double 16s. This time he finds it, and he is off the mark with a breaker throw. What was a heavy scoring leg. It was heavy work to get the double, but he's off the mark. Certainly nothing wrong with his scoring, is there? 180 to get things underway. This is brilliant from young Alfie. Oh, I was going to say, dare we say we're on a 9 darter? 4 perfect darts. We're getting closer to last night's 7 perfect darts that we had. A couple of 6s as well. But although it would be nice, Alfie would be just thinking about holding his throw and doubling his advantage. Alfie's running average as he leaves 36 after 12, averaging 90, certainly eclipsing his tournament average of 72.78. And there it is, a 13 dart hole to throw. And even though he wiped his feet with them double 16s, it was still a winning leg. And that propelled him to a 13 darter there, didn't it? Can't miss that treble 20 right now, can he, Alfie? Charlie's just got to weather the storm, you feel. Because if he does, we know that he's got the heavy scoring of his own to make this a proper contest. chatting early on and we were discussing about time people get to the venues, and it was mentioned that the cooks were already in as he fires in yet another 180. Oh, how unlucky was that from Charlie Greensmith. When you're 2-0 down and against the pitch count in terms of the scoring in this leg, there's 120 points on the floor, and this would rub salt in the wounds. And that was either a blocker or he tries to leave himself double 16 with the scoreboard the way it is. Will he come to regret that? We certainly won't at this visit, but by not going for tops early doors, Charlie won't go out again on 1-4-3, but Alfie's got to take care of his work here to go 3-0 up in a race to 5. Still in the 3 figures is Charlie, despite all that. It matters not, as Alfie Cook does treble his advantage. Scoreboard on a go slow, but we're up to speed. Eventually up to speed. Yeah, with the Cooks already being in the building at 8:15 this morning, bearing in mind we started at 11 o'clock. Is Alfie Cook and Lewis Cook the Mervyn King of the Junior Darts Corporation, bringing the door down as soon as the venue was open? Fail to prepare, prepare to fail, as they say. I was just getting in for me 10-mile run around about that time. Cough, cough. Just half the distance, of course, with it being a Saturday. So a bit of frustration from Charlie Greensmith here, but I was going to say a leg that he was looking favourite in, but back comes yet another maximum from Alfie Cook. This has been special darts from him, hasn't it? Yes, he's missed doubles, but his treble scoring has been phenomenal. Relentless, in fact. There's nothing wrong with the doubling on that occasion. 4-0 in the blink of an eye. An 18 darter, and he's 1 leg away from a place in the final. Going to take some stopping if he can tidy up his doubles on the odd occasion, isn't he? Jack Johnson and Alfie O'Brien, who we saw in our last match, currently locked at 3-all in a race to 5. So much closer contest in that one. And Greensmith's got to go some, hasn't he, if he wants to make this one a contest. It's the first leg where he's really in the match. He's got to make here. The old cliche of 1 leg at a time, but he's got to get off the mark here. Especially with this advantage that he's currently provided for himself. Doesn't take out the big fish in only 34. And the way Alfie's scoring power's been going in, it could apply pressure to the 136. Alfie, as we mentioned, played on the tour on a couple of occasions last year from the Foundation Tour. But he's took the step up on a permanent basis in his stride, hasn't he? Got a real eye for the game, hasn't he? A real darting family. And a wonderful family at that. Tops to get off the mark. Oh, lucky son. And for an unexpected 5-0 whitewash. Loves a bit of double 16, but it's also been his foe as well as his friend in this match. Charlie boy, how's your tops? Very nicely. And a sarcastic raise of 2 hands. He's off the mark. And you just never know. Jack Johnson, 1 leg away from back-to-back finals. 4-3 leads over Alfie O'Brien. We're only a break and a hold away from 4-3 in this game. And Charlie Greensmith's doing a fine job at doing that. He's wrestled the advantage of throwaway, and we said things could turn around quick. This is a crazy game as our love for darts. Well, you know, Alfie Cook is 1 visit away from a 180 because he's been firing them in, hasn't he? And the disappointment there on Charlie's face suggests that he needed more. Let off the hook slightly from Captain Cook. Digging in deep and a bit of over trying going on, you feel, from Charlie. And we mentioned Captain Cook. He's 84 points away from reeling in a place in the final. Oh, so unlucky on the double 12s. A brilliant first start. Somehow you felt it had to go. He gave himself every chance with that treble 19 with the first start. Very unlucky. It's been a frustrating semi-final from Charlie Greensmith. We know he'll be back to make amends for that, but it's Alfie Cook who prevails and makes his 5-star performance. He's into the final, where he will take on Jackie Boy, Jack Johnson. Brilliant performance from Alfie Cook. We'll look forward to our final. It's coming right up. volunteer chalker for our final. Up steps Josh. The volunteer is better than 1,000 press men as this year. And we've got 2 gladiators at the hockey for our event 6 final. Pint size in terms of stature, but in terms of growth in the game, both these 2 players have immense scope. The ceiling that we don't know yet. We're certainly looking forward to being along for the ride. Best of luck, gents, in the final. Bullseye to see who goes first in what is a race to 6. A fist pump, the mutual respect. And it's Jackie Boy, Jack Johnson, that gets us away. But is there a storm brewing from the storm? Hugely impressive performance in the semi-final against Charlie Greensmith. Yes, Charlie was frustrated with the way some of his darts went in, but Alfie Cook scoring prowess propelled him into a big lead as he just hits 3. Cheers for that. Right on cue, Alfie. But back to business. 161 after 9 darts, Jack Johnson, who reached his first final on the JDC Advanced Tour, made back-to-back finals, and we want to get over the winning line and win one. As I said, for many moons towards the back end of last campaign, he's a winner waiting to happen. Could it come to the fore now? I certainly had my eye on Alfie Cook, as I say, with his performances in the opening round of fixtures on events 1 to 4 as Jack Johnson takes the lead 1-0. 16 dart hold to throw. And we know Jackie Boy can do this for 24/7. Can cook along nicely. Certainly no simmering going on with this 16 darter. And if you Alfie forgot to turn the Jack Hobbs on, 62 average, that'll certainly rise. But as we see against Alfie Cook or against the likes of Mitchell Lowry and that, Jackie Boyd will just go about his work. With the darts, Alfie certainly on the premises in leg number 2. And them are the kind of darts that have saw him reach this final. Brilliant visit from Alfie Cook. And with Jackie Boy on a non-check out to level things up. Certainly won't and certainly can't give Jackie Boy too much of an advantage. And he doesn't do that. Back-to-back 16 darters, what a piece. What a final we've got on our hands. My adrenaline with excitement going on for watching this final has got to be more than what these players are experiencing, no doubt. Absolutely buzzing. What an advanced tour we've got. And of course, we're only halfway there in terms of the advanced tour this weekend. If you're Mitchell Lowry, it's lose 1, win 4. Lose 1, will he win the next 2? Find out tomorrow from 11 o'clock, folks. There's certainly a list of 20 players, in my opinion, that could possibly win an event. And the other 44 could certainly make finals and semi-finals. So a fascinating advanced tour we've got. Moves across to create the angle for the double 10. And both players leaving themselves a 159. So Johnson will be back. Jackie Boy for 2-1, one's double 2. This time Alfie's got closer order to take the lead for the first time. He wants 2 10s of his own and he gets it, finds the corner. This time it's the bottom corner of the double 10. And he does have the lead for the first time. And ominously finding the treble 20. His grouping hasn't took him long to find his range, has it? As Jackie Boy replies with a 140 of his own. Edgy, you see drama here in Bristol. Event number 6 final. We said we'd have a new winner. We've got one new face in the final. Jackie Boy, congratulations to him on making back-to-back finals. That takes some doing. And the raw talent of Alfie Cook. Both players up to 9 darts sat on 161. Unbelievable standard. So Jackie Boy on the Shanghai board. Will Alfie Cook take out the 64? He loves the double 16. He loves the double 8. Also, a 16 dart holder throw is followed up with a 14 dart breaker. 14 dart break. 16 dart breaker throw is followed by a 14 dart holder throw. I'm lost for words. Relentless treble scoring from Alfie Cook. When we talk about family members and success at different points of their careers, 81 after 9 darts here from Alfie Cook. I'll get back to what I was saying in a second, see if Alfie Cook extends his lead. Two 13s, is it? It is, and it's a brilliant 81 checkout. So we've had a 16 darter, a 14 darter, and now a 12 darter from Alfie Cook. 4-1 he leads. He's 2 away from being event number 6 champion. What a performance it's been from Alfie. It's been a tournament for Alfie's, hasn't it? Because Alfie O'Brien as well, massively impressed with him, losing out to Jackie Boy Jack Johnson in the semi-final. But as I was saying about family members that are doing success at different points of their career, whether it be year on year or month by month, but with Lily Wheeler being in the first JPL and Lola Wheeler now experiencing it to great effect, the JPL in number 2, Lewis Cook doing so well, and Alfie Cook saying, "Hold on a minute, I fancy a bit of this. I'm good enough to do this." And he's really stepped up, as has Lola. Whether it be brothers or sisters, they encourage and bring each other along, whether that's directly or indirectly. But their performances certainly rub off in a positive manner. Back-to-back 81s. Of course it is from Alfie Cook. Box office stuff. And the same route as well. 5-1 and 1 leg away. And from an opening leg, 16 data from Jack Johnson. That seems a long time ago, even though it was only a few minutes ago. But how Alfie Cook has turned this match on his head. Again, Granite, Jackie boy, steely-eyed and just so calm and collected. You wouldn't know whether he's 5-1 up or 5-0 down, 5-1 down, would you? Look at the focus. But threatening another break here. A break that will see him champion of event number 6. To go out in style on 140, just below. We made no mistake with that third dart for sure. So he's left himself tops, but Jackie boy for 160 to remain in the match. Double top. Oh, what an effort. To and fro, back and forth. Drama here in Bristol. Tops. 3 championship darts go astray. And double 10 for Jackie boy to remain in the contest. It looked like he was thrown from the Isle of Man. So back comes Alfie for double 10 to wrap things up. Awesome Alfie has won this one 6-1 against Jackie boy Jack Johnson. Alfie Cook, take a bow, young man. Fantastic stuff. Very proud of you, and very proud also of Jack Johnson. What a display it's been from Alfie Cook. A semi-final that we witnessed with a 5-1 victory is backed up with a 6-1 victory. Event 6 champion is Alfie Cook. And wow, we take a breath. What a day it's been, everybody. Mitchell Lowry victorious in event number 5. We had Macy Gibbons, our girls champion of event number 3. And now Alfie Cook has set the stage alight here in Bristol with a 6-1 win over Jack Johnson. Oh, please be with us from 11 o'clock on Sunday morning. We've got events number 7 and 8, and as well as that, the girls' final. Look forward to a super Sunday at the darts in Bristol. I've been Carl Redden. Thank you very much for joining us. It's good night for now.